Good morning, everybody. It is a frosty morning today, actually. There's a layer of frost on the ground, and it is a marvelous Monday. I hope you all are well, and if not, I do hope your day gets better. Either way, I am excited to get into this. I have done quite a lot off stream. Um, so for like the past 5 hours at most, actually maybe a little longer, I've been sitting here at the creeper farm, and it's made me realize, damn, that's a lot of gunpowder. But um I spent a good chunk of the day waiting. Since last time we played, I spent like almost a day's worth of time to fill this up, so I could do some work on stuff. Oof. Lag as I load in all of this. I have not loaded a lot of this in today because I went right up there. And yeah, hello FNAF, hope you're doing well today. But let's go over the things that I did do. So, one, and most obvious, I fixed the silo up a little bit, even added the little pipe, and I can add ladders to this if I so choose. There's a door up there, so it looks more like a real silo, and I plan to fix that. Um, as you can see, the mangrove trees are gone. They have been moved over to there. It's like the third set, and then I like put a bunch into bone meal for the roots and stuff. Um, with this over here, it's still smelting because I haven't gone back and forth with this area enough, so it's been smelting a lot. But where the real changes happened was I spent almost all of my weekend working on this. And I was able to clear out the bedrock with a lot of hardship and a bunch of stuff. I was on VC last night with Rowdy while doing some of this. Um, and I did a bunch more with the gold farm. It's not done, of course, and gas can spawn, but the plan is to fix that so we don't have to deal with these fuckers. Okay. This is why the mangrove moved. I started building this, but I ran out and I was like, I don't want to mine more mangrove. I moved stuff around and whatnot. Um, I honestly need to like carry an ender chest on me for like extra storage. I just keep forgetting. I have not done anything with the museum for the most part. I'm double checking because there was a point that a hoglin got in here. I don't remember if I did it on or off stream, but there's now 4 sniffers in there. But that's the main things I kind of did since the last time we played. And I know it's been a while since we played Minecraft, too. So it's nice to finally, like, show some of this off. I still need to get one of the mushrooms and whatnot, but yeah, I have been doing a lot. We are down a lot of TNT. This is all I have left of TNT. Um, this is another set of levers I had to craft. I broke so many levers and shit things. Like, oh my god. It was a pain in the butt. Oh yeah, netherrack. This is part of the netherrack that I mined. I just didn't fall in. Because you can burn stuff in that, in case you didn't know. Which definitely helps. I know one of the things we need to do is get a bunch of magma. And I brewed up fire resistance potions last time, but I made sure that they were all 8-minute at least. Because today, what I'm going to do, I need tools. I'm putting these away. And then I am grabbing this. Because we are going to need at least a shulker box worth, if not 2, of just magma. I'm going to take 1 for now, but we can kind of go over all the stuff. a lot of what I've been working on has just been that type of crap. And of course, eventually we need to go down here and spawn proof some of this and like make this look nicer. I mean, I don't think we need to spawn proof as much since that's up there. And there's the glasses. Hey, Rowdy, hope you are doing well. But yeah, we have so much stuff we can do. I think this is the way that I haven't gone yet for magma. I might be wrong. I also did farm some blaze rods off stream. Like, just random stuff. Okay, there's some magma over there. And then I can do this. Come on. Land! Ah! Yay, I actually made it. We need a lot of magma here, so this is what we're gonna have to do. Because magma is our biggest issue. I'm not as worried about other stuff right now, just because. Like, yeah, we need a lot of quartz for stuff, but that's why we're building the gold farm. Because I can then make a piglin bartering farm, and we can go from there. But yeah, the plan is to fill up on as much magma as I can get. And then we can actually finish the gold farm, hopefully. That's the plan, at least. I'm also going to probably need to fill up on nether wart again, which shouldn't be too bad, for, like, nether wart blocks or whatever we decide to choose for the, gas prevention stuff. Because that's going to be another thing that we're going to need a lot of. But I was able to get some of it set up, off stream at least. Because that was basically just my off-stream journey in a nutshell, was, yay, mining bedrock. I literally put on, a stream because a streamer I haven't seen stream in a long time started streaming, over the weekend as well. I did have work on one of the days, so that was a whole other thing. But a lot of stuff has happened, so it's been a lot of back and forth, and I was doing this, as well while working on a bunch of stuff. I know tomorrow I'm going back in person, to figure out stuff with my passport, because it's like, it's been several months, and it's like, I'm just going in person at this point because the calls don't work, so it's like, ugh. Because it's like, I originally was getting this passport for, a trip with my grandmother that she wanted to do. And now it's like, I just want it at this point just to have it, because I am so tired. Because it's like, I wanted to go on that trip with my grandmother, but of course, easier said than done. But it's also like, there's a bunch of places I've wanted to visit in the future when I actually have, like, disposable income like that. Because I'd love to go to places like Canada and see the Northern Lights there, as well as some other places to visit friends and family that do not live in America. So it's like, yeah. And still going. God, we need so much magma. There we go. God, the amount of lava, too. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's lava, and magma is cooled. Yeah, disposable income is nice. Sadly, that is not exactly easily achievable. Okay, we basically cleared out a bunch of it here, because we definitely won't get all of it, just because of the location we're at. But, yeah. We could go over here, actually. But like I have mined out a lot of stuff in the Nether where it's just like, damn, I probably have ruined an entire part of an ecosystem in the Nether at this point. I also need to frickin' make a full-on blaze spawner setup so I don't have to like kill them myself as much, because it's annoying, or at least semi-automatic so they get funneled easier without having to use their AI to the best of my advantage, because a lot of mob AI, they like to just go up blocks when they can. So it's just a lot of that usually. And it gets very boring and annoying because sometimes they just don't. Because it's all based off their movement and what they prefer to do compared to if they will or not. But in terms of other stuff, though, I've been trying to figure out possible ways to do an art stream again, but of course that's had a lot of hiccups because it's not exactly an easy thing to figure out, especially when you normally use the laptop for that, and it's like, it's not like my laptop is as good for streaming as well. Not only would I need to plug in stuff, but I'd need to get everything set up on the laptop that's changed. And that's the part that would suck the most. Because it's like, oof. And another thing I've been working on is figuring out ways to make it where I don't have to change the glasses myself and then make the actual, like, thing go through Twitch and do it itself. But that one I've had a lot more trouble with. It's been a lot of just, oh my god, what the fuck? Did not see that coming, but okay. But yeah, it's been a lot of just stuff like that where it's like, okay, time to figure this out, and by the end I don't figure it out, and I'm like, well, crap. But yeah, that's mainly some of the stuff I've been doing with my spare time. But yeah, I've been working on a lot of that stuff. I almost did do all the mods 9 like normal today, but I was like, you know, I do want to show off some of the crazy crap I've been working on in this compared to like all the mods where I haven't touched it in a while. I know there's a secondary Pokemon mod now called Cobblemon that I've always wanted to try as well, like, because I just never tried it, and it recently got an update. Like, there's so many things like that where I'm like, oh, that looks cool, but I never end up getting to it. 52 of 64. Ugh. And this is why I brought a shulker box, too. Okay. 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 But yeah, time for the next part. Doing this. Slurp. And that. We need so much magma at this point, though. Because that's the best way to only spawn piglin zombies. Because they're the only one that can actually spawn on magma, other than ghast. But ghast need more than 2 blocks of space, so that's the reason we are doing it the way we are. Because ghasts need like 3 by 3, I believe, if not more. Like, it's very peculiarly particular. But the plan is still the plan, and we'll get to it as we get to it. And I know one thing that does annoy my OCD a little bit, but I don't want to, like, dig up all of the gold farm for it, is the fact that it's not in the exact middle of the bedrock thing. But I'm also like, if I were to do that, not only would it drive me actually insane rebuilding it, but it's also like, you know what? On the other side, I can put the piglin bartering farm. Easy. No worries. And then I don't need to worry, because the one thing about the nether that sucks is you can't use water streams. So we'd need to use ice highways through dispensers, or dispenser highways, or just base hoppers. And I still don't know a good design for it, to automate, the dropping of gold. So that's something I'm probably going to have to research more when we do get to that point. But the good part about getting a gold farm up is not only do we get gold from this, we'll get rotten flesh, gold, and, well, yeah, other zombie piglin drops. But the amount of stuff that can be crafted with gold, as well as we get flesh to trade with clerics, and then we can also get everything from the piglin loot table as soon as we set up a bartering area that's just specifically for bartering. Like, that's gonna be great. And because of the crafters, I'm gonna have a chest that takes all the gold nuggets, and then pumps that into crafter that will automatically craft it into ingots, and then those will get pushed into different spots, and the main storage for it will be like blocks probably, and then like the gold ingots will also get split off to get taken all the way to the bartering as well, to make sure it is filled with gold over time. And I think that's a good way to do it, because then we'll have blocks of gold that we can use as needed, and we can barter it as well. That's going to be the important part. Because eventually one side will like the bartering will fill up, so then it will just stay and it will go boom, no need to worry, done. And that's the important part. Not needing to worry. Because the things we get from that are gravel, quartz, blackstone, crying obsidian, ender pearls, soul speed, iron nuggets, boots with soul speed, like, and fire resistance potions and water bottles. So the one that we're gonna have to actually worry about in terms of storing are like the non-stackables. Those will take a lot of space, but I can figure something out. Because no matter what, you can't really sort out non-stackables. It's just not a thing you can really do in Minecraft. I mean, yeah, we have the impulse item sorter, which, while good, it only works with stackables that stack to certain extents. But, of course, non-stackables are a whole different story. And for those of you who haven't kept up with the Minecraft snapshot stuff, holy fucking crap. Like, I know it's gonna be a drop, most likely, but it's very possible that it might turn into a full-blown, like, ambience update. Because not only are we getting bushes, which are smaller than grass, we're getting firefly bushes that create firefly particles, but also we're getting a freaking entire, like, new set of ambient sounds just for the desert and mesa that's like wind sweeping through sand, which is awesome. And on top of that, we also got a few other little sneak peeks at some stuff. So that's exciting. We got warm and cold variants of cows and chickens, as well as pigs. So sheep are probably going to get them as well, if I were to guess. Um, and if not, it would probably be because of all the wool colors, but we're getting dry grass of tall and short variants for the desert and mesa that can be placed. Um, we're getting leaf litter, wildflowers, meadow biomes getting an update. All leaf types will now have that leaf effect. Also, did I ever turn my no, I never turned it back to fast because when doing all the chopping for mangrove, just so I could get all the logs, I turned it to fancy so I could see through the leaves for the logs. Because I usually do that when I do like big tree mining sessions for like the annoying trees like that and acacia. So like oak, acacia, and cherry are some of them, but cherry you can't really do much about. But mangrove is a whole other freaking monster. So, yeah. But I'm really excited for the update because they also are adding 2 new egg types, a blue and an orange looking egg. I don't remember the names of them honestly off the top of my head. I don't know if they've changed it yet where leaf litter can be placed on blocks that aren't dirt. If it's been changed at all, but I haven't really done a lot of snapshot stuff recently myself, but I've kept in the loop at least about any new additions compared to like small additions. I know there's like more stuff that like map makers can use to test stuff as well as modders. So they are making it a lot more accessible for people, which is nice. I know they reverted the speed change for crouch sneaking without swift sneak and stuff, so it no longer is the same level as Bedrock without any of the benefits because of how much that affected stuff like parkour and basic games and much more. But overall, there's been a lot of stuff over just in the whole Mojang side of things. So it's kind of like, dang. It's just one of those things where you're just happy to see a bunch of good changes like that finally after, God, how many years? I mean, I'm glad that they're doing stuff. I know the Fireflies do make me real excited because it's like, finally, but also making them a particle effect was a good idea in my opinion. Because then they aren't gonna be like a random useless mob that takes up spawn cap, etc. But you can also bring them places a lot easier with the Firefly Bush. I'm also excited about all of the new stuff with the leaf types. My only hope is that there's a way to turn it off for like a leaf thing because there are some ways it's going to be annoying in my opinion, but that's a personal thing. Oh, and my fire res ran out, didn't even notice that. But like, even then, overall, I'm really happy about it. I'm glad we're getting a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, another big thing, freaking cactus flowers. So we're actually getting cactus flowers you can place anywhere, too. So it's like, you can move it from a cactus to place it on like a fence post or on top of a dragon egg, like just random things I thought about. But because of its look, I think it's going to be really useful for a lot of the stuff we'll start seeing builders do with it, because it's going to give a lot of creativity back to players just from existing alone. And I'm so excited for it because it's given me enough like juice where I'm like, okay, I might actually like go back to the botanical garden thing just to see, because I think that would be like, if I ever do, I'd add something to it. um I know it's like, I know we're in the year of the snake now for Chinese New Year, which is a thing that happened quite a bit back now, but damn, with all the stuff, it's just crazy to me. Like, I don't know what this year holds for Minecraft and stuff, but or Terraria, but there's a lot of stuff. Um, I know when it comes to later this February, we have the Pokemon Presents coming out, as well as the yearly Nintendo Direct that happens around this time. Um, so those are gonna be interesting to see. We know from patents now, as well, from the Nintendo Switch 2 stuff, that it looks like the Joy-Cons are most likely going to be able to act like mice. Is that another fortress? Oh shit, it's another fortress. I'm completely distracted there. But that's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. Of course, there's obviously going to be a new Mario Kart from the looks of it on start. It's also the first time, I think, that there's been like a mainline Pokemon game on release that looks like it'll be coming out. So that's another thing that we can kind of take as a sign of like, oh, we're going to get a lot of stuff happening. But even then, it's quite limited. But a lot of the stuff just looks really interesting, and I'm excited overall to see just where it goes and what changes. So here's what we're gonna have to do here. We're gonna have to do this layer by layer, meaning ghasts are gonna become an issue. But yeah. Hopefully, like, I'm just gonna empty what's in my inventory onto the magma, but I'm going to keep a shulker box here, I guess, with magma, because I'm gonna need to get like glass or something to just cover the top of it. And then what we'll do is create the top layer, and we'll do the full middle layer last, I think, just because. And then we'll just need to get like a bow with mending or something that we can keep here with like a bunch of arrows. That's another thing we're gonna get a lot of from a piglin bartering farm is spectral arrows. So I mean, at least that's a good thing we'd get, because honestly, they're just so much easier to get than normal arrows. But yeah, I went out of my way off stream to make sure this was a perfect circle because OCD, and I found out that the sides of this were off, and it very much was like full on. Oh my god, that's why it was annoying my OCD so much. Thank God It's like, there are times where my OCD will get knocked by something, and it's just, I don't know what's causing it, but it's pissing me off. And that was the reason. I mean, it's better to know now rather than never, and just constantly suffering every time I come here. Because this will also work at partially as an XP farm for us too. And if we get the bartering thing, then we just don't need an Enderman farm at all because of Ender Pearls and whatnot. Because if we're doing a bartering farm, all I'd have to do is like AFK up here or semi-AFK up here while doing this, and that would be going on underneath the whole time. And that would actually work out really well for us. And boom. But yeah, as you can kind of see, I have done a lot of just random work. Because I already did mine up, like, a bunch of magma for this, but not enough, of course. Just enough to at least kind of get an idea of the full ring and whatnot. Which is the main, like, point, of course, because that allows us to do stuff. But I know last time we did this, we, broke some bedrock so we could get up and down from here. And then we did full on, like, building of some of this. But now that I have spent way too long, in my personal opinion, on frickin' breaking a square of bedrock, I am now just like, I want to get back to the original reason I started this. I honestly don't know how many hours it took, because after a point, I just stopped counting and was like, it's somewhere between like a few hours to most of my day, because you kind of just go into that like trance-like state of just like brain not doing anything except function and like place, because that's usually how it feels. Nonetheless, though, I do enjoy it. It's just my brain goes numb when placing the same block over and over like this usually, especially for like several hours straight. I think that's normal for most people, honestly. Um, but I remember I put on like some streams in the background and whatnot while doing it. And that's kind of what I just had to do. Of course, now it's like, cool, don't need to worry about that anymore for now. But, yeah. There also was like a huge hoglin problem originally when I first started this. The bedrock breaking, before I got rid of all the netherrack as well. So it was just like hoglin hell. Also, I definitely don't have enough magma. I know that for a fact now. Looking at how much this took compared to earlier and thinking about it again, this definitely won't be enough with the one shulker, but can't really do much about it. You lost a book, you had the coordinates of structures, like your portal, and you lost it falling into a 1x1 hole repeat. Oh my god. I've done that before, too, where I've lost things, so I've started doing it where it's like, I usually write it down in a book, but then I write it down somewhere, like, IRL. It's why I, actually have, loose leaf paper to just write stuff down, like what I did with Terraria, with writing down the things that we needed to complete the entries for. I also, that actually does remind me, I also did write down what banners we needed, while I was AFKing at the gunpowder farm to get more gunpowder for TNT. But, yeah, the amount of banners we need is a lot, but not as many as I thought, thankfully. In terms of enemy banners, it's just gonna be a very long process of farming, especially in the dungeon. But because of that, I was able to figure out, like, okay, so we're low on this, and this. That's why this morning I just AFK'd at the gunpowder farm so that we had a bunch of extra gunpowder in case that we wouldn't need to worry about it. So, that's a plus. Oh boy. That's gonna be an issue. But yeah, we need to finish the top layer after this layer. And then we can, fill in the middle layer and whatnot and not have to worry. Because then gas should only spawn the top layer until we get the stuff done, which is probably what I'm gonna end up doing. And I might just leave it so instead of being like two apart, it's just a line. Like, I honestly could just do that. I just don't know how I would do it well. So, I mean, because one line would be nether wart blocks. I mean, I could always like break and change, but still. But yeah, the main point is so I don't have to use villagers to heal up my tools as much. That's gonna be the... I am surprised that didn't hit shit. Fucking ghasts. At least it didn't blow up glass with that one, but still. As you can see from all the piglins, though, this is going to be a very nice farm. I probably could have gotten away with 1 or 2 layers, but 3 means we'll actually get, like, max spawns, like, for most of it. But yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do, like, stripes on the middle layer, I feel. I need this glass. But yeah. As you can see by the netherwart stairs, that's what I kind of been using. Let's fix this. I mean, even then. Oh, fudge, the chicken. Because I know baby zombie piglins can have chickens they're riding as well. So there's just going to be random points where a chicken just gets killed because of that. I also figured out how I'm going to do the main spawn thing. And I'm going to need something to aggro them, basically. And my thought is, well, how are we going to aggro them? Right now I have it so they fall, but I think I'm going to... I can do one of 2 things. I could either have a zombie piglin that I name tag and make sure... Oh. And make sure that it doesn't die by hitting it with insta damage, because that heals undead. I could make it so it's, like, up instead of going in. And they basically go to a certain area. But that's just as risky. I could also put turtle eggs as a way to deal with these fuckers, but there's only so much knowing what'll work. Where'd it go? Damn it. But yeah, as you can see, this is only going to become a problem the longer it's like this, so... Yeah, let's at least clear up a bunch, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably end up replacing this all with glass, just because. Then there's no chance of spawns. and I can just go boom, 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 boom. And I could technically put special blocks there if I want. I just don't care. Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump. And I'll just do this for now. And I could mark them out with, like, torches or something, I guess. I just don't know what I would use to mark them out. Other than just remember 1, 2, bump, 1, 2, bump. Okay, so let's just do this. Because this is kind of how I, think it's gonna work. Hey, just a random chill guy. Hope you're doing well. What am I building? I am working on a gold farm right now. Which, then, after I figure out how to, because I need to figure out the timing side of it, am going to make a piglin bartering area that I can use so that we got access to a bunch of extra materials for other builds, like our museum. And we've been dealing a bit with gas recently, which has not been fun, but part of that's because I haven't gotten to the point of spawn proofing, which, whole other issue entirely. The main plan right now is to just keep building, get the top and bottom layers done so gas can't escape if they do spawn, and then the spawn protections to stop gas spawning so that we'll never have to deal with them again unless we decide to build a gas farm. But chance of me building one of those is a lot lower. Of course, I do want to do a bunch of other stuff in this world, like I do want to refight the Ender Dragon enough times to get each of the portals to spawn, and then I want to build a cool end build out of it. But like, there's a lot of stuff like that that it's just, I want to do this, and it's like, oh, the materials though. And this is just gonna make that easier. Because then it means I have more time for build, and less time being used on material gathering. Because that's usually what takes the longest. And quartz, being one of the things I can get from this, means I can actually finish my museum in a reasonable time without dealing with villagers constantly. Which, as anyone who's dealt with villagers knows, they can be a pain in the fucking ass. But I made sure with this circle that we have enough space for a bunch of piglin zombies to spawn, and so we don't have to deal with certain other spawns. I know another thing I do want to set up is a frog-light farm, and what I could do is just go to a basalt delta, make like a spawnable ground, and then make it so they drop down. Or I could look for the specific type of bastion and just be like, okay, cool, we'll just use this spawner. And I am debating just doing the basalt delta one because I feel like that's probably gonna be easier. But the other one is way more, like, efficient. But because I have access to the nether roof, I think the basalt delta one might actually not be as bad, hopefully. And since we do have access to the nether roof, it means we can do some crazy traveling long distances. Like shooting a pig all the way to the world border and beyond. Because I don't think you can start starving to death if you're beyond the world border, but I might be wrong. I've never really gone that far out and past the world border of a world, so take it with a grain of salt. And okay, because once we get the outline done, then we just need to fill it in. Of course, there's still the outline at the bottom, but and middle part, but that is a later worry, a lot later of a worry. But yeah, I'm really excited for all the new Minecraft stuff we're gonna see, all the new Terraria stuff. Like, there's so much coming out this year that I'm like, holy crap. I know with Little Nightmares 3, I definitely want to play it. Depending on stuff, I might end up playing it with one of my friends. Just depends. But I also I really enjoyed playing Forager and stuff. Like, there's so many good games I've gotten to play on stream that I just never had the time to do for, or never made the time, or even thought about playing. In the case of Little Nightmares, it was suggested to me by a friend, but I just never got to it until I did it on stream. Like, I might as well. And I think that's one of the fun parts about this, is actually getting to try these types of games that are recommended. Like, that's probably one of the most fun parts of it as like a whole, because it's just like, cool, no need to worry. And then we still have a shulker box, but I need to go and grab glass. Ow. And we'll eat a golden carrot. Big stretch. My Silk Touch pick is not happy whatsoever. What is with that? I'm just gonna do that. How'd that fix it? What? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I have a bunch of glass. Question is if it's enough. That's always the biggest question. Okay. It's a lot of glass. Tools. I will take the Almighty, because we are going to be doing some Netherwart mining. And then we will place down each of the glass bits we need and whatnot. Like, I could easily make my way up there without my elytra, but that's the boring way. There we go. And boom. Okay, so 1, 2, boom, 1, 2, boom, 1, 2, boom, 1, 2, boom. The Nether is the one place in Minecraft that just doesn't have music other than like the end, just random ambient sounds. It's like, I'd love to hear more music for that type of stuff personally, but that's more of a personal thing. Actually, what I'll do about that is just put on the stream playlist again. If you give me a sec, I can do that. Actually, I'm gonna do that, so if something spawns, I don't get absolutely fucked over by a ghast. Because gas and I do not have a good relationship. There we go. That should help. Because now it's not completely just the silence of the game mixed with like random placing sounds. And we have a little bit of background noise. But how is everyone's days, mornings, nights, evenings, etc.? I know I have been going back and doing some of the stuff I had planned for a while now, so it's nice getting that stuff finally done. Yeah, this is the middle right here. This is why I am doing this in the first place. Those fucking ghasts. And honestly, I could probably do a thing where the middle is like different, but no. It's just more hassle than it's worth, in my opinion. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Boom. Zombie pigman farm? Exactly. We need a lot of gold for other stuff. Plus, gold is really good for building stuff. Plus, then we don't need to use our iron for beacons. And we can use that for more building. Because iron is way more useful in building than gold. But the gold will help with other things as well. And that's the main point of it. Doot. And once I actually get everything, gold, work rich, rock and stone, yes. That's the main plan. Get rich with gold. But all joking aside, I definitely need to work on this more. And it's something I've been meaning to do. So the plan here is to get it all, like, out to the very edge here. And the only reason I'm not doing the 2 blank right now is I just want to get this stuff set up first. I might just leave it as giant lines, honestly, if it's easier. Plus, our Silk Touch pickaxe is not looking too happy. That's for sure. Okay. And then we can finish off the top layer and whatnot as well. Because that's the other thing. But yeah, look at that. Because as we get this done, we'll never need to worry whatsoever again. Well, until we do the piglin bartering side of things, but that's a whole other thing. I mean, I'm just happy that I've gotten a lot done in this world since last time we actually played, so that we could start off stream today just doing like some of the grindy parts that I already did weren't an issue for the most part, except for magma, because I just never got to it. If I had more time, I probably would have, but yeah, it's just a lot of building and a lot of mindless placing of blocks. That's the one thing that does suck about like some of these bigger farms is not only the non-spawnables, but also the mindless placing that just makes you go zzz internally, and your whole brain shuts off. And then, of course, being able to have the background noise definitely helps while doing this because it's way less boring. Huh. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Yeah, I really... There's one thing I've really wanted to try in Minecraft that I just haven't because of, like, one reason or another. And that was the Piglin bartering farm, so I'm excited to try it. I just... The hard part's going to be the timing because of how long it takes for them to trade. I'll need to time it down to the tick, like, second, and then do it by tick. Because ticks happen a certain amount of times per second and whatnot. But there's probably someone who's already done that. And if I do find that, that would be great, but it's definitely not something I'm tackling on stream today. Because we already have so much else we need to do. We do have a lot of glass, but the question is if it is enough. I'm just happy to not have to deal with piglins again after this. Because then it's just cool. We only deal with them if we need to. Plus having infinite gravel is going to be so nice. And if we do set up a shulker farm, which would require us getting a shulker to the overworld, and then having it hit itself to replicate, so that more shulkers appear, I could make a shulker box, like storage for just loads of shulkers, and that would actually be pretty nice. I wish because the shulker box loader could actually help a lot. Because bundles only do so much with up to a stack worth of an item. But honestly, the bundles were definitely a good addition to the game, in my personal opinion. Oh, there went that glass. Because the bundles have just helped a lot. Because a lot of people probably didn't think about the fact that the ones that aren't full can stack more bundles inside of themselves to an extent where it's like you can have 64 bundles within another bundle. Bundleception. Okay, I'm just gonna... There we go. Yeah, I also need to farm out a bunch more mangrove so I can actually finish that. Because if I can get enough mangrove to finish that... That answered itself right as you sent that for me. Yeah, the nether roof is just the best way to do this without issue. Especially because of hoglins and stuff. I'm just gonna do this whole side first, and we'll see where we are in terms of glass. Because I probably am gonna need more, which means more sand. One thing I could do, but I want to find another stronghold if we're gonna do it, is I could do a sand duper. But it would require me destroying the end portal frames with like a mushroom. Which... easier said than done. But yeah, who knows? We'll figure it out. Bonk, 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 bonk. There we go. Making all sorts of moves. But yeah, this is the the second longest part of this. Because once we get all the building done, then I gotta do the redstone for the sorting system, which is gonna be easy. And yeah, we're gonna have to deal with, like, the piglins and stuff, and figuring out, okay, how are we gonna make sure we aggro them, etc. And I don't think their aggro range is enough that it would work well with just turtle eggs. I would need to double check their aggro range to turtle eggs because we'd only need one. Yeah, the spawn proofing is definitely the biggest issue because, God, making a wither skeleton farm? Oh, I hate those. There's a reason the best way to do a wither skeleton farm is wither roses. Because nothing else can spawn on them. But even then, the amount of flattening and then dirt, it's hell. It's just hell. I've done it before, and it makes me want to cry every time I think about it, because I remember spending so much time only for it to just break because of an update that changed how certain things worked, and just sitting there like, all those hours of work, I got to use it twice, and then an update broke it. Because it was an older design. But even then, now I'm just here like, oh great. It's one of those types of things where it's just like, well, shite. I do find it interesting that only 2 mobs in the Nether can actually spawn on magma blocks, and that's the Ghast and Zombie Piglin. Like, of all of the mobs that could, those are the 2 you would like least likely think would be the only ones. Like, you think the magma cube would spawn on magma, or at least be able to, but no, because the Strider spawns on lava usually. The piglins always spawn on Nylium of Crimson and normal Netherrack. Zombie piglins spawn anywhere. Hoglins only spawn in Crimson Forest, and Endermen mainly spawn only in Warped, but can spawn on Netherrack itself as well. They just have a higher likelihood in the Warped Forest due to the fact that a lot of other things don't spawn, and they have a greater spawn chance in Warped Forests. Yeesh. I mean, at least we haven't used all of it, but we've definitely used a good chunk. The spawn proofing is the hardest part, even with this, just because of ghasts. That's the part that sucks about this, is ghast proofing. Because you can't ghast proof the blocks for non-spawnables, so you have to ghast proof by understanding how ghasts work in the game. And it's just, it's annoying. And the only reason I'm doing it like this specifically is OCD. Give me my glass. But yeah, like, the amount of time I spent on just that much mangrove is way too much. Much less the pit. Like, if I had more time, and like didn't use most of it doing that, I probably would have done a lot of this off stream just so you wouldn't have to witness this type of stuff as much. But sometimes it just takes way too long, and you're like, oh god, it's been how many hours? I mean, that's what it feels like to do D&D sometimes. I was able to finish up some sketches for some D&D items for characters. I know, you know what, forget it, it's one glass block. But one of the characters, I know Veranik specifically wants a Great Hammer eventually. So what I'm gonna try and do is make it look like a dragon head. And because he has 2-weapon fighting, and I want to make sure he still gets, like, access to it, he can basically, like, spend a bonus action to split them or something. or like a charge. I don't know. I haven't done the balancing and like doing stuff with it yet. But it would be the hammer of like that looks like a dragon skull that when it splits into two it becomes two hammers, one that's the top half of the skull and one that's the bottom half. So it's like a more pointed hammer when in the two side form, becoming closer to a war pick, except still being blunt enough to actually be classified as a hammer. Because this is also a weapon idea that is coming from the goddess, and I'm just thinking, she's a three-headed draconic goddess. How am I gonna do this? And then I was like, you know, with the splitting thing, and the main one being the head, then what I could do is when it splits, it has a dragon head at the bottom for the two, and then otherwise it just has two dragon heads making up the bottom after like the hilt and guard and stuff of it. Because there are some hammers that have guards, but honestly, I don't care enough about the guard for a hammer. Just so it's like, yeah, the three heads are always there. You just gotta look for them. Stuff like that. I know, I've been talking with the player for Char about a more fitting weapon for her, because she's like, I do have fans, like she has war fans and she has a mace, but she's like, none of them really fit well, and I really want to figure out something else. So I know we've been talking a bit about it, and because she also has a harpoon as well, but it's like the harpoon is more of a trauma item related to her backstory than like her actual weapon. And I was thinking about it because it's like I could because looking at the fact that they know artificers and stuff, I could probably do a thing, and depending on what she wants, I even mentioned like a trident to her, as well as like a few of the other things, because there's so many types of weapons in D&D. This one is 3 wide. God! How'd I not notice that? You know what? That shouldn't matter. Hopefully. I'm quite... Because I don't remember if the gas is 3x3 or 4x4. Can we all agree that bots are like the most annoying thing ever on Twitch? Let me just get my moderation thing up so I can add that to block terms and phrases, because it's like, and I'm also just going to I'm specifically going to edit it so it's that, but also the actual link to the site. Because like the bots have definitely gotten worse over the years. And I know part of the reason that my moderator has just been busy as hell. And it's like, I know I don't really have enough people that I'm too worried about it. Like, if it gets to a point where I'm doing a lot more with a lot more people, it will be more of a necessity to me, but right now, I am fine doing it myself. Plus, Ah! Ow! 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 Plus, I try to be interactive enough with chat that it's like, I usually see it go anyway, and I'm like, oh, and taken care of. 'Cause that's all you can really do. I know, I've been keeping an eye on some stuff recently. And honestly, I'm just excited to get back into playing a few of the games, like Raft. I'm just hoping that things will go better with that. Maybe we'll actually get some cool stuff. Who's to say? 8 glass left, but it's also off by 1. And that's gonna annoy my OCD, but it's like, oh wait, there's still this whole side. I think I'm gonna just do this first. There we go. Let's just build the top layer. But yeah, it's at that point now where I'm like, God bless it, not again. Like, that's how it feels. But thankfully, the main part of this one is filling it in, and then we'll do the middle one after. Because this should still, like, reduce, if not, like, this should still block gas spawns. If I am correct. Except maybe that one line. It's either 3x3 or 4x4. I know it's a bigger number, because I know with gas fireballs, compared to where their middle point is, that's used for stuff like mine carts, etc. They make it so, like, the gas fireball, for example, always spawns like a certain amount of, like, I believe it's like 1.5 blocks, one block, like 1.5 blocks away from it. So it looks like it's coming out of its mouth, but that's not its actual hitbox. But its size also matters when it spawns, so it's like, it's weird. It's one of those weird mobs with weird hitbox and a weird way of doing its thing. But that's just Minecraft for you. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, I am excited as hell to see how well this goes. But we need to frickin' heal my damn pick. There we go. And we are far enough off the ground, we shouldn't have to worry about any spawns under us as well. So that's another plus that we do have here. But even then, it's very limiting. And boom. Just having, like, a little bit of background sound, even if it's not the loudest, it's still like, yeah, it's there. I know, when it comes to, like, doing stuff, I've just been, there's a lot of stuff coming up that I'm like, oh god. I mean, that's just how it is. I know there was a thing released, and one of the things a lot of people don't realize about, like, Girl Scout cookies, for example, is there's 2 factories. And it's like, I read the news article for it, but apparently arsenic and, like, lead was found in a box of cookies. I don't know if it was in, like, all the cookies or something from, like, what they tested, but the thing is, I don't know if it was the same box or or different boxes, because they never really specified. At least in the one I read. But because it was in Atlanta, I'm also like, Wait a moment. That's a different factory because the South and the North of America have different factories for making Girl Scout cookies. Fun fact. And it's not been something that's been an issue before. But of course, we don't know much else beyond that. It's like, because no one up here has had issues up north, much less, like, and even then, some of the tests here is, like, completely different. That's the weird part about the North and South when it comes to, like, America, is a lot of stuff is separated in some weird-ass ways. And part of that, actually, like, there's actual historical reasons for that, too. Um, it's why the Bible Belt exists, actually. Um, because historically, especially, a lot more cities were in the north compared to farmers and, like, just overall more spread out, even though that still exists in the north, very much so. Like, that was one of the contributing factors, was just a mixture of that, especially during the time, because it was post-Civil War and stuff, for some of it, as well as, like, beforehand. Um, it's where you get a lot of, like, religious groups coming from, too, that are still used today. But due to a lot of lack of infrastructure stuff, too, that we have nowadays, as well as some of the basic, like, ability to spread stuff, especially back then, compared to now, definitely affected as well. Like, I'm no master at history, but I just love researching random topics. Like, I think so the most recent topic I've searched was like the whole thing behind like tridents and like their lore, symbolism, historical uses and stuff. But one of my favorites I've researched um personally is a lot of the stuff around World War II. But that's also because I find that stuff interesting to learn about, because there's a lot of psychology that actually goes in to those types of like parts of history, because the amount of stuff that like is easier to see, especially looking at it now compared to when it happened, as well as the more knowledge of certain things, you can see like certain patterns, and it's just really cool to learn about. But also, like, it's interesting to me how Hitler specifically took the time to go out of his way and follow the plans they used in World War One, all to give them a big surprise by completely turning it on their head during one of the battles and doing it completely differently, which led to a huge win on their side at that point in history. Of course, we all know how that ended nonetheless, but I just find that to be really interesting because it's an odd but sensible strategy. I just find that stuff really cool to learn about, because it's like there's a lot of stuff that goes into planning wars and like battle tactics in like not only history but even when playing games like D&D. It's cool to see how people, like my players, actually react to certain things. And part of that's just my own interest in that type of stuff. Like, I really enjoy learning about, like, how those tactics work, because they're interesting. And it shows there's a lot of different ways people have won wars, etc., or won battles. And there's certain strategies that are more effective than others. Surprise is a very effective one. I mean, there was a point in history where we literally fought in like rows But of course now it's completely different, where we have a lot more stuff like guerrilla warfare, which are a lot more common, especially compared to back when, like, for example, the Revolutionary War happened. Like, that's one of the reasons America had some upper hands, is because they used non-traditional tactics like guerrilla warfare. Um, but then you also have like the history of French revolutions and like the warfare used in that, as well as like for different battles. Like there's all sorts of random stuff, but also cool stuff. That's just how it feels to look at history for me. Because as you learn to like do that stuff more, you realize that a lot of people copy other people with their battle strategies. But in some cases, like what I mentioned about the World War One thing with Hitler and stuff, is what's the refresh rate of your monitor? I honestly don't remember off the top of my head. Oh my gosh, like I'd have to check. Um Give me a moment. Oh, and it moved OBS to the other monitor on accident. Let's see. I have to check this. Da da da. 60 hertz. Well, specifically 60.002 hertz. It's very specific. But that is the refresh rate of my monitor. Well, one of my monitors. I have two monitors, but that's a whole other thing, that because that is specifically for my Dell, which is my display one in quotations. And I technically can go up to 75. I just don't. For display 2, it's the same, but I can go between 50 all the way to 75. I just choose to stay at a nice even 60 because it's easier. But yeah, that's the refresh rate. It's honestly nice, like, because the main monitor I use for like gaming and stuff, because I have like chat and stuff on my Dell, and mind you, this Dell monitor is like late early 2000s, early 2010s when it came out. It's not the best, but not the worst. Like, it is a square monitor, and that's where I have like chat and like OBS open. But my main monitor that I use for like what you're seeing right now is a Sansui. And it's actually really good, and it was a good affordable price too. I certainly will hydrate. There. I just decided to toggle it so I don't have to hold it. I did a bit of like desk sorting and stuff off stream. So I actually have my arm like semi like sideways on my desk now, instead of like hanging off my desk, so that I have more room, and it shouldn't cause as many like issues to possibly cause carpal tunnel, which is part of why I did it. Because like with how I have my wrist for like my mouse, I could easily move it up, but because I have the mouse pad thing, it's not as bad. It's just weird for me because I normally keep my, like, for the longest time I kept my keyboard really close. Because, like, I can easily pick up my keyboard and mouse and, like, sit back in my chair and do it. But if I sit back in my chair, it goes very far back. That was definitely from the middle layer and the stuff that hasn't been done yet. Almost definitely. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Okay, what was I talking about before I got completely distracted by that ghast? Crap, my brain just, like, forgot. Shit. Brain go burr. Yeah, we're definitely not gonna be, finishing this today, but I mainly wanted to just get this, like, way more done than it once was. Because even then, I still need to make a bunch of ladders and whatnot for other stuff. Because we're going to need a lot of iron as well as hoppers, and yeah, it's going to be a lot. But that's okay. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. And then I can, like, pause the music as we, like, move on to other stuff in Minecraft if we so decide. You know, there's one type of music I would really like to see, because I know that there's people who complain, oh, it's not Minecrafty, but it's like, I always hate that whole thing with when it comes to the music discs and paintings, because it's just like, that's like saying that it's not artsy enough or not Van Gogh enough. Like, it's just so ironic when you, like, think about it like that, because it's like, it's just a form of art that was created in the world. It's still Minecraft. It's just different person. And if everything stayed exactly the same, it would be boring. The point of music discs is to allow for a lot more variety in music and actually, you know, do stuff about it. I will say, my parents introduced me to this show when Super Bowl night and stuff. That is a house flipper show, but they flip houses of hoarders. And it was really weird, but surprisingly interesting. I know there was this brother and sister, and the other one I watched was four brothers. It was really odd, but really interesting at the same time, because it's like, so you're telling me that these people actually go out of their way to find houses of hoarders? Because the brother and sister basically can just do labor for free because they have family that get first dibs on stuff if they want it. But it's like, it's really weird, but nice. It's cool. Oh my Zoglin! Where the fuck did this guy come from? Holy crap. I honestly don't remember the last time I slept in Minecraft now, because it's like, I've been doing this for so long. Nether wart block. As you can see, I still have quite a bit left. Bump. God, we're still smelting like sand and like chorus fruit. Oh yeah, it's still toggle. Controls. Now it's holy crap. I'm gonna save the pail. I'm just gonna use bamboo for this. Sticks. I really should have like collected more of the sticks instead of throwing them out because I didn't think. Because I'm one of those types of people who doesn't think sometimes. I was like, oh shit, I should have kept that. But because it's gonna annoy me until I do this, I'm adding the ladder now. Also, what's your guys' thoughts on the chains here to kind of show how it's connected to the silo? Because like I'm around silos enough that it's like, okay, cool, I know how to build them. But yeah, this adds the ladder part to this. And then we can just easily get up here. And of course, I used pale logs with the areas that are connecting as planks, so it looks like it's connecting to like a metal holder that's kind of holding it against it, so it doesn't get like blown every which way by the wind. Plus, it also, and then I added like little bits of variation, so it kind of looks a bit nicer. Just small things mainly. But that's kind of the important part of like building, is just the small bits. They can do a lot of inside of a build. Oh shit, I still have ladders in there. Yeah, either way. I haven't done anything with the museum, but quartz-wise, this is all that was left from building that was one smooth quartz. So I'm just like, yeah, I still need a bunch more. But that's a future problem for me. Okay. Those are still smelting. We'll get the glass we need at least. For stuff, but yeah, I need to check this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is for paper because I need to frickin' do stuff. I've been growing more pale oak and stuff. I've just been doing a lot of like the really weird grindy stuff. Because it's like I might as well. Need emeralds. Where's the map guy? Not you. Not you. I maybe one of the book guys I can do it. 24, 24, and then the map guy asks for 24 as well. Yeah, so it's like oh, I forgot to put this in my offhand. There we go. And then I will do the pumpkins because that should be pretty good. Boom. Okay. Let's go quickly grab some pumpkins. I really should probably get a shepherd. Just so I can like sell wool to him. I think that might not be a bad idea. Because right now we're basically just stuck with this until we actually can do something else about it, but and then I can go to these two and just bump. Come on, I know you guys can restock. I've seen you guys do it before. Come on, villagers. Just gonna do this. Is it nighttime? Yep. It basically is. I mean, even then, I was able to get a little bit, but not a lot. But come on. It's like right there. There we go. Because I don't want to waste, preferably. Especially when I need XP for this. I'm gonna sleep before phantoms spawn because I have not slept in this in a long time because of other reasons. So, yay. Also, I'm just gonna keep the music in the background, I think. Just felt weirdly quiet all of a sudden without it. Okay. But yeah, I know with the mansion museum stuff, if I pull it up, I always forget that it like increases in size like tenfold when I am trying to show it. But as you can see, we need a lot of pale oak. So yeah, no, they aren't restocking anytime soon. So let's kind of get into some of the other stuff we need to do. Wool. That's all right, I guess, but yeah, I'm just gonna womp 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 womp. At least we're getting a lot of stuff. I still need to figure out the design for this. What else? What else? I know with the museum, that's just gonna be down to whatever we can do. Are you fucking serious? Okay. And this is still smelting stuff. For now, I'm just gonna take one shulker box with me. Of this. And then I need smooth quartz technically, but I also need a bunch of pale oak and acacia. So I'm gonna grab that. There we go. Making big changes. Because, yeah, we also need diorite. It's the other thing we need. Okay, save and quit. Yeah, this one is the creative one. I haven't loaded this up in a while because I've just been so busy on... Whew. Yeah, because... Yeah, that's what we have. It's, the pillar. Because it's the diorite slat, stair, pillar, and then we have pale oak stairs in front of a line of that stuff, which goes all the way. So I just need a line of the smooth stone, and I can add the sand and normal sandstone eventually, but this will go around the whole thing on the outside. And what about here? Okay, it's just wool. I am double checking for my sanity. Yeah, so it will be that, then two more things. But be able to do this, put those in here for now. So yeah, boom, 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 boom. Because this will allow us to at least get this part started. I heard that Enderman just teleport. And we know that this is just going to go around the entire thing. It's going to be a lot of building today, but honestly, that's nice. Getting a little bit of a change of scenery, too. And yeah, I need to get more smooth quartz. Because that's going to annoy the hell out of me. I also need to get a bunch of those end rods, but... oh, shit. Yeah, I don't care about taking damage from falling here compared to in the Nether, where not only is there fire all over the frickin' place, but it's a lot farther of a drop. Oh my... there we go. It's always important to place your blocks with purpose in this game. I just happen to not be too good at that part. Okay, and this is the side. One of the other things that's just going to be a pain in the butt to do is all of the pale oak signs, because we're going to have to strip a bunch of logs, and then we're going to have to use them with like a bunch of other stuff to make the hanging signs and whatnot. Like, that's just how it is. Also, the Minecraft music just decided to play finally. Because that, like, I prefer the Minecraft music personally, but some people don't, other people do. That's just how it is. Okay, yeah, because I need the, like, this is my biggest issue is quartz. I could probably smooth out a bunch of it, but easier to do when I actually have a lot more quartz. I actually thought about just taking the quartz from my silo, but I was like, no, that would be too far. Bum, bum. Okay, so I can do that, and then let's just quickly come down here and go whomp, whomp, boom, 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 and then boom, do that, that, and that, for a bunch more stairs on our beautiful thing. And then let's just go back in here. I want to make sure it's not like a slab under it or anything. Okay, so it's that going across the whole thing, and then above you get slab going here, and then slab. So then it's slab going up for this part. And then I can just cha-chink, cha-chink, and that'll be easy. But that seems to be all I need to worry about. Is it the same on this too? Yes, it goes all the way around. That is what matters. I have so many random worlds on this that it's like, I honestly just need to go back into some of them and just do crap. But I don't. I forget. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I need to do that. And then I forget again. And I never end up doing it. It's almost like being a procrastinator. Except you're forgetful instead. Which makes it kind of worse in that regard, I guess. But yeah. I think the most annoying part of all of this is going to be the pillars and crap. Because the roof isn't bad. Like, the roof is probably the easiest part. It's the fact of the amount of quartz we need for, like, pillars. but it's also like I personally made sure that it wasn't like too daunting, but also something that we could reasonably build in survival by not using like freaking reinforced deep slate or anything. Because technically, well, you can't mine it after a long ass time. You can't collect it. And I'm not gonna even try and get something like that up to here if it, even if it was possible. Because the amount of effort it would take is insanity. Much less the time. It is nice though, just being able to place all these blocks and get at least another section of the mansion museum done. I keep saying mansion because it, like, I keep thinking about the fact that I totally could put like the Woodland Mansion stuff in by now, but I just haven't because I'd rather focus on getting the outside done first. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. And we have a bunch left in case. Good. And then we had slab go into slab. So now I need to double check this so I can actually better do this. So oof. So it is 1, 2, and then this is where the first one. So it's 1, 2, 3 on both sides, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the middle. And that is what matters. So 1, 2, so 1, 2, 3, bump. And then I'm gonna do the same on the other side. And I can better figure that out. So 1, 2, 3, boom. Bum 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 bum. I'm just gonna do it across most of this. Oh fuck. So yeah, like this middle bit here, 1, 2, 3. Like the door. So it's like 1, 2. And bump. Okay, so it would be here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. And that should fill this in. And we got 2 left. Nice. And then we can put a bunch of slabs and whatnot, and yeah. Let's at least get rid of this rain now, because we can actually do that. Okay, so this is the part about the museum that really sucks, is having to go back and forth for the exacts. So it's then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. Hey, 22. Hope you're doing well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay. So let's do this like this. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Did I miscount? Huh? Oh, wrong one. Oh, you're currently sick? Well, I do hope you start feeling better. I went into the wrong world. So this should go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tall. And it's so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. What? So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be one more tall, meaning so it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, I just miscounted. That's on me. Perfect. Wait a minute. Oh. God, I am a mess and a half today. But that's okay. Okay, so it's the same on this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And boom. Because I always forget some of this stuff won't be as seen well because of how I do it. And this needs to be reflected on the opposite side, which is easier said than done, but shouldn't be too bad at least. 1, 2, 3, bump. Do 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 do. That's not good. Okay, we need to make sure there's 6 in between. 1, 2, 3, bump. Bum 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 bum. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, like this. That should. What am I building? I am working on the museum. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So 2, 3, 4, 5. But that is okay. But yeah, I hope you're well, at least, or at least start feeling better. Because that's always the most annoying part about getting sick, is just the crappy feeling. But then again, when I get sick, I usually am the type of person to get really badly sick. Doot doot doot, and boom. Okay, and then I can do the same on this side. 1, 2, 3. Because I wanted to take a break from the magma block stuff of the gold farm, honestly. That's why I decided to move a little to the museum. Because then we're not placing the exact same block over and over and over. Because that's always the annoying part about building farms like that. Is it's always the same block over and over, and it's not like a lot of variety. Weird to say, but you're glad you're sick. Honestly, fair. 3. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, sometimes it really does feel better to be sick depending on stuff. I know from experience. Because there were I used to have like days, especially with like school, where I'm just like, thank God I'm sick. But now with like this hobby I've been doing, it's like I don't like getting sick because it's like then I feel bad for getting sick because it's like I actually enjoy doing this and there's people who enjoy watching me, etc. And I'm like, well, shit. So I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it should be 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is the top. Okay, so 2, 3, then I can do this. 2. Did I do it like that over there, or did I do different? Shit, I did do it different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, I definitely did it one off. Because you can tell just from that alone. Because it needs 2 on the side. Oh. How did I manage to do that? Okay. Can do that now. Perfect. Now we got these set in. That should actually be nice. Because now we don't need any of this and we had way too much. But it happens. I am gonna keep these pale logs here for now with this. But for the acacia, the reason I brought it here was for a different reason. I want to make sure this is frickin' fixed. I also need to get dark oak so I don't fall through that. Because I know it's gonna happen. It's gonna just be a random day, and I'm just gonna be walking along like doo-doo-doo, and then just crunch. Because that's how it's gonna happen. I know how I am. And it's gonna suck. Okay. past the mangroves, through the woods. And a bonk right into the house. At least it was not a deadly bonk. But that's besides the point. The amount of smooth stone I have is way too much. So I'm just like, shit. Because I have too much sandstone. So my thought here is I'm going to fill this shulker box with normal sandstone. Because we have so much smooth compared to normal. So let's do smooth first and then normal. Then we can pick both of these up and put them in here. That's one of the other good things about all these shulker boxes. Relentless nonstop working on a project. Yeah, that can suck. The really long projects that like drive you practically mad always suck. And I feel it wholeheartedly. Gonna take a stack of that and a stack of rods. You know, there's some jokes that could be made about that, but that it's just way too easy to make a dick joke about something that's called a rod. Like it's so easy. It's just sad. Do I even have space to land? Ooh, I do not. I'm gonna need some scaffolding blocks. What do I have for good scaffolding? I mean, I could use pale moss. Like, in all actuality, pale moss might actually be a good scaffolding block here. Also, I'm no longer worried about using loads of rockets, sheerly because of the fact that now I don't need to worry. But yeah, a lot of the stuff we need to do is just gonna be random, like, fixing and whatnot. And quartz. Because quartz. Okay. Boom, ba-da-ba-dum. Too much work for a one-man group? Yeah, I used to do that myself, especially in school. I was always one of those types of people. Because when it came to group projects, I was usually the one people would put the load on whenever it was a group like that where they would like make one person do it. Thankfully, I didn't have a lot of those types of groups, but I had enough where it was like but it was enough that it was like, look, I'm just gonna make it clear I'm not doing all this work. Like, I was always clear about that. I think my favorite group project I did, in all honesty, was so whether we agreed with our stance or not, we had to one of us had to do positives and the other negatives on a subject. So like pros and cons of like a random subject that we were given. And they were like some were more tame than others. Um and it was school safe. Like one of them was like pineapple on pizza. Like a very like okay. The fact that that's been an issue for long enough that that's like damn. But I remember we specifically got what I can only consider why wouldn't you agree with this? And it was related to school lunches and making them easier to be accessible. for all students. I had to play the bad guy for that, and I was just here like, how the hell am I going to do this? Because my partner's name, I believe, was like, I believe that was, yeah, that was the one I did with Seth. Um, Honestly, Lord knows whatever happened to him. Completely disappeared after a certain point. Just never saw him again. Makes me wonder if I actually still have his like old home number. Back in the old days when cell phones weren't as easily available. Type joke I could make there. But in general, like, I still remember. It's still weird to me that landline, like seeing landlines go out of like um fashion and stuff, because it's like I remember having one for so long and it just disappearing one day and just being like, wait, no one uses landlines anymore? I mean, it is cheaper in all honesty to not use a landline because that stuff is expensive to use. Um, but I remember being like, wait. I have to play the bad guy for this one? With the project. And I had to come up with some arguments that actually made it, but it was like, and that's was part of the thing of the project is some of them had like, why would you see this as a pro or why would you see this as a con is so like insane, but that was part of the whole prompt like idea was to make you think, because we also had to talk with our partner about what they're talking about specifically so that you can um have talking points that go back and forth, because that was part of the project. So with knowing what we were going to say, we were able to actually find a way around our frickin' words to make it more sane sounding, as one might say, um which definitely helped. Of course, there's still the fact that it's like, oh great, loads more to worry about. But that's fine. Of course, now it's like I see why we did it like that. And it did make it so like even if you had the awful side of it, um or like you still need to work with the other person, because even if they had the side that makes the most sense, you still have to be able to counter argument with them and stuff. And it, yeah, because I remember having to go into some weird ass territory and just being like, why are we doing this? When talking with the partner about it, and just being like, thank God it's over as soon as we were done. But, and one of the things I have gotten less reactive to is my own voice. When I used to hear my own voice, like I would physically like cringe and like my body would like slink back into itself because my body just reacted that way. So mix that with the fact that like for some of the projects I've had to do, um like full on stuff from making a quote unquote commercial for an item, so that like I've done a lot of writing classes and stuff because it's fun for me. Like I've always been pretty good at writing, but it's always the fact of like, geez, I because looking back, I can't stand my own voice sometimes, especially back then. Um, One game, six Fakemon related to game, three not related to the game. Dang. Yeah, for me, I just try to take it one step at a time. because the best way to figure stuff out for like, especially with Fakemon, um, is looking at the area that you're basing the region on and like, okay, what's local myth? What's some things that they've done in the past? Like, who who have they historically traded with or had good relations with? Um, that's why, for example, with Paldea being in Spain, there was a lot of stuff related to Japan as well as China, due to the fact that they had a lot closer relations with multiple things. It's why you see certain Pokemon more than others. And yeah, it's the same with every region. Like Galar being the UK and Europe. It makes total sense that the UK itself would have some of those Pokemon, especially looking at how it is historically, because also looking at how they've acted in like wartime is another one that goes into that. Because I've watched it myself happen, and like I've seen how some creators have done it, and it's honestly really cool. Like I have learned so much about like drawing that type of stuff because of things like that. And sometimes that's all you gotta do. Come up with ideas based off of the stuff that you see. While it's not easy, you learn. And that's what matters. Ah! I wonder if one of them like got stuck up there. I mean, at least it's going to create like some light. So it's like not too bad. And we still have a bunch left. Thank God. We so just a stack of blaze rods and chorus flowers was enough. Live and learn. Exactly. Um okay, there we go. I got through the door. But like with Pokemon, it's just one of those things that sometimes the answer is obvious, even if you wouldn't think it is. The answer might be closer than you'd think, and it's how it be. Of course, that's not 100% of the time, but of course, yeah. Like I personally, quite enjoy going through and looking at that stuff for Pokemon. Um, One channel I'd highly suggest if you want to look into like origins of like Pokemon, Loxton Noggin is one that I can think of off the top of my head. Because I know they do a lot of like lore stuff related to Pokemon. Like hours worth of content. Because that stuff is full to the brim with lore. I mean, that's just how Pokemon is in general. Like, and some of it is obvious lore, while other bits are like, I would have never noticed that. And you see it's like, holy crap, that is actually very similar. Like, before Paldea even became a thing, people were already guessing it was going to probably be Spain because of the fact that the creator of Pokemon visited Spain, like, and, like, had pictures of it. And it's just, like, not surprising, but it is cool. I mean, at least our Silk Touch pickaxe is now in the green again. Actually, I know another way we can get a lot of levels. But yeah, I remember back with some of the older games, and it's like I wish I could play some of those older games again, because if I could, I would totally And one of the things I've actually want to do is play Pokemon Crystal, but of course it needs to be accessible, and I would have to use my 3DS and stuff, and use the jailbreak stuff to my advantage, um, to actually get it. Just to shiny hunt like some Pokemon in that if I really wanted, but yeah, because I believe it was Gen 5 where the shiny odds changed. It was either Gen 5 or Gen 6. I know Gen 5 added the shiny charm and the first ever instance of a shiny Pokemon reward, because if you completed the normal dex, so if you completed the Unova dex um in, I believe it was Black and White 2, um you got taken to the nature reserve and you were able to catch a shiny Haxorus that was a guaranteed. You're working on a related to game and 2 Evo lines that, and like sometimes you just need to get inspiration for it, because yeah, there's the whole theory of all fire types being based off freaking lunar signs that got completely destroyed when freaking Fuecoco came out. There's the whole thing of grass types being related to possible extinct animals and water types being related to a weapon, which the only one of those two that somewhat hangs up still um would be like the grass types for like extinct or semi-extinct. Like they're old theories for starter Pokemon that people held on to way too tightly, when it's just like there's a good chance it was just a fucking coincidence. Like, which is just the sad part, because even then, if you look at Feraligatr, like the amount of weapons I've seen him put next to it, and I'm just like, what? And then I just remember seeing one where with Quaquaval, where they put Quaquaval as dagger shoes, and I'm like, what? Like the weapon of dance? Like what? It's just a bunch of theories that don't actually hold up, that have existed for years since the games first came out. Way back when. I know, like, looking at it now, it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Because that's what it feels like, is like, oh my god, I'm witnessing this shit right now. Nice, Silk Touch is fixed. We're getting a lot of quartz from this, at least, because I'm using Fortune. But yeah, like, there's a lot of stuff like that in Pokemon that people just are like, oh, insert gimmick thing. Like, one of the most commonly accepted one is the regional bird. I believe Paldea was the first one not to do so, technically, unless you count Kilowattrel and Wattrel, but it's usually a 3-stage bird line. And then you have the Route 1 rodent archetype and stuff. Like, none of those were, like, confirmed 100% they always do that. It was always just, like, fan speculation. Because, like, if we go by, like, starter Pokemon, they actually are known as first partner Pokemon, which is the most mouthful, annoying ass name they could have chosen. Um, but with some of it, it's like pseudo legendaries are called freaking. I believe they're just called strong Pokemon or something like that. Um, but in Japan, it's called the six. I believe it's Japan and a few other places. It's just called the 600s Club. Like, some of that stuff is literally just dependent on region and stuff. Like shinies, wasn't a confirmed name for stuff until like it was like Gen 4, Gen 5, I believe. Because there was a point one of the NPCs called them that um for like the different colored Pokemon. But it's like same thing with Evolution. It wasn't a confirmed thing for a long time. Like some of the fan terms did end up becoming canon terms. Melts ice, then eats it, enhances it, and shoots it out of cannon arms. Honestly, pretty nice. So it's basically ice salt, which is pretty it's actually quite interesting. You could very easily turn it into a poison type too if you base it off like some of the chemical ice salt as well. Because like I've done a few designs for Pokemon like before for just like Fakemon specifically because it's like it's fun and whatnot, and it's nice to kind of do. It just kind of fills in a little gap there that's just like ah, it's why I enjoy it honestly. But yeah, like I honestly really enjoy the frickin' because my favorite type is the flying type. I know, crazy, but of course you only can get so much flying for your types. And I remember the because Tornadus was the first ever pure flying type, which is so crazy to think that Tornadus was the first ever pure flying type, then followed by Rookidee and Corvisquire. And it's like, damn. And then the first ever flying then type, if I remember, was Noivern. So it was like the first ever mainly like main flying type for its first type was Noibat and Noivern. Because instead of being dragon flying like Dragonite and Salamence, it was flying dragon specifically. I also feel like some Pokemon just look like they should be pseudos as well, like Axew. Because one of the things I've learned a bit, especially watching other people do it, is one of the things with Fakemon is there are very simplistic parts to designs that are mainly used. Like it's never very like crowded unless it's like a rare case or it's not like overly detailed spots everywhere unless it's like part of its whole thing or a legendary because you can even see it in the Pokemon designs. Like put Pikachu next to Mewtwo, they're very like they both are very like basic. Um but then you take a Pokemon like Pachirisu and put it next to Dialga and it's like okay, there's a big difference. But then you take for example Kilowattrel and put it next to someone like Ogerpon and you can see a huge difference. Like some Pokemon are way more designed like Grafaiai, um but others just aren't, i.e. Ghastly, where it's just like a few colors. Say, and like fire, for example, is usually done in one or two ways. The only things that really got, yeah, like it's like put Terrapago, like Terrapagos's base form, stellar form, and normal like normal form, because you got base Terra Shell and then stellar. Its base form looks totally cute, like very marketable plushie-esque. But then you get to its basic like Terra shell form, and it has like all sorts of details on it. Same thing with Koraidon and Miraidon versus Cyclizar. If you look at them comparatively, um it specifically um let me just save this so I can show this. Oh, that's huge. But if you look at the design aspects of them, you'll notice, like, if you look at Cyclizar's neck compared to Miraidon and Koraidon's, there's a lot more detail on the two legendaries. Same thing with their bodies. If you look at, like, Koraidon and Miraidon's, like, heads, Koraidon's and Miraidon's are very, like, full of stuff that move, and while Cyclizar is very flat and curved. Like, this is a great example of like difference in if it is a legendary or not, because legendaries always have more design aspects to them than normal Pokemon, and pseudo legendaries usually rock that line a little bit, but not far past, because that's just how they do it. Of course, like, there's still some Pokemon that go against that, i.e. Grafaiai. But the difference is a lot bigger than people notice at first. But as you start doing, like, Fakemon drawings and art yourself, you start noticing, like, even the tiniest of details. And one of the things that I've kind of accepted to myself is I don't need to draw them in the Pokemon style to make a Fakemon design. While yes, it would be nice to, it's not about passing it off as a Pokemon. It's about the design. Because, for example, a lot of effort goes into those types of designs. And one of the big ones, especially, is look at, for example, just a base form evolution of any starter versus their final form. It always goes from cute to cool, elegant, or lovable. Because a Pokemon almost always needs to look like it can be your friend, even if it is kind of terrifying. There are some that, like, go against that, i.e. Ultra Beasts and some Legends and, like, some basic Pokemon. But there needs to be that, like, almost like humanity that you can kind of see in a Pokemon, where it's like, I could see myself liking this guy, or like, I could see someone like wanting to hug this. Yeah, Eternatus is a great example of why it doesn't always go the same for legendaries. Another one that's a great example of like it can look like a friend is Miraidon and Koraidon. They're legendaries that look like friends. But you got Eternatus, which is like, oh dear God. The fuck? How the hell did they get in there? I hope they didn't kill any of my fish. I see all four of them in there. Thank God. But some of the actual Pokemon just don't look that way. I mean, Torterra is an example of a cool looking Pokemon, but you can still see how it can be adorable. Like, have you guys seen Torterra's like Torterra is very, very menacing. But then you look at some of the artwork it has, and it's so fucking cute. Like, for example, there's artwork out there of it doing all sorts of different things, but yeah, you haven't seen any? Just, for example, just look up Happy Torterra or something like that, and just look at that smile. It's so fucking cute. But that's how a lot of Pokemon are. Is they specifically fit under certain categories. It is rare when they are truly not like friend shaped in some form, i.e., Eternatus and the Ultra Beasts are great examples. Um, like there's but like then you get others that are like made to look that way, i.e., Mimikyu. And another good example is freaking just look at, I don't know, let's say you love um like name a random Pokemon you might love, because some people might find it weird. Bruxish, for example, is a lot uglier of a Pokemon, and a lot of people don't like it despite the fact that it is great. Scolipede is another good example. Like it it's cool, and like it gives that look of like, ooh, this could be scary, but it also, you can see the fact that it can be a friend. And that can be through the eyes, through its reactions, like, and like that can, it can be good to do those types of sketches of like, um if you haven't seen those like mood type sketches where it's like a bunch of stuff, like one of them dancing or something, one of them smiling, etc. Like that stuff can make a big difference. And it's why when creating not only Fakemon but just characters in general, it's good to do that. Because you can get a full range of their emotions. Doesn't mean you have to, but designing them is very important in that regard, keeping that stuff in mind. 13 eggs? Nice. This is in case I need any more slime coming up. But it's like, I look now and yeah, a lot's changed, and yeah, there's a bunch of random crap that I've needed to do with it. But the same stuff still applies with Pokemon. Like, I've needed to learn more about like some of the newer styles and older styles. But the same principles still apply even after all these years. Because the whole principle is they're possible friends. I mean, Rattata, some people find weird, but it makes sense that it can be like a friend. Um, Freaking Gengar is another great example. Trevenant. Like, Trevenant is a great example as well. That's terrifying, but like to some, but is a but still can look cute. The few that don't, or like you wouldn't think could, like Hydreigon and Garchomp, still can look adorable. Because when you look at something like Hydreigon, um it's like in the actual games, it can be so freaking cute. doesn't mean it's like, yeah, yes, that was from Legends Arceus. I believe it was Professor Lavington specifically. Um, like when you look at it in a different way, Pokemon can look terrifying but also cute. Like even some of the most terrifying ones. It is very rare for the opposite, which is just I think that says a lot about how well they do stuff. Like I know a lot of people don't like the Vanillish line because oh, it's a fucking ice cream cone or whatnot. When in reality, it's an icicle that decorates itself so it can be so it has people who hopefully love it, and it just makes you feel bad for it. But also, I'm like bouncing around while talking and not actually doing like anything productive because I'm waiting for the damn smooth quartz. But it's like those bits are so important even now, and it's like looking at it makes a lot of sense why they would do that, especially like that one makes the most sense. Like why they would do that. It's a children's game. A lot of people seem to forget that when they make their dark, scary type Pokemon games that have like blood and death, the sweet edge game that we all know. And yeah, it's like in all reality it's a children's game, and out there every Pokemon has someone that likes it, whether we want to agree with that statement or not, because there's always gonna be someone that finds something more interesting. Like for me, I prefer Noivern. But for my mom, her favorite Pokemon, I want you to guess. I'll give you a hint. It is a rock type Pokemon. Um, and yeah, Pinsir's a great example. It doesn't look like it'd be cute, but it can actually make some really cute faces. But I will let anyone guess who wants to guess for my mom's favorite Pokemon, and then I will tell you as soon as I am done with this little bit. Because Pokemon are weird in that regard. And I find it interesting looking at Pokemon because some of them don't look how you would expect until you start thinking about it from that type of perspective. Because there are a lot of Pokemon that just exist to be cute. But there's also a lot that exists to be cool. It's supposed to be to different people. Different people like different things. That's totally normal. And they know that. It's why it's done the way it is. Also, I just bit the inside of my mouth and that fucking hurt. Fucking ouch. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna need slabs anyway for some of this stuff, so. Yeah, Mega Pinsir is really happy. It's honestly quite cute when you look at it like that. Like, Mega Pinsir just is happy that it can fly. Um, but my mom's favorite Pokemon, I did say I would tell you when I was finished with what I was doing, is Sudowoodo. It's like, there's some Pokemon you just wouldn't expect as someone's favorite until you think about it. And it's like, wait a minute. That's why everyone has a favorite Pokemon. Like, there is a Pokemon for everyone out there. And I think that's one of the most amazing parts of it is despite everything, there's at least one Pokemon for someone. Never would have guessed that. Exactly. She really likes Sudowoodo. And it's like, yeah, it makes total sense for her as a person. I love my mom, but she's just as weird as me. And I know, like, everyone likes Pokemon differently. It's the same thing with every game, every franchise. Like, that's just how it is. But when you have a kids game or a game that's supposed to appeal to multiple people, having that variety can make a huge lot of difference. I mean, look at the fact of like Obstagoon. Literally one of the members of KISS was like, hell yeah, to it. It's like, that's the type of stuff that is really important in Pokemon, that is very important to transfer into your own Fakemon, is that aspect of, while it may not be your favorite, it could be someone else's, even if it's cool or cute looking. It always has to be a friend in some form, but it also just has to give out the right vibe. Literally, it needs to pass a vibe check. Which is the craziest statement I have ever said on stream, I feel like, about Pokemon. Like, specifically Pokemon. Because it was the craziest statement in general. I've said way crazier on stream. But it's like, that's just how it is. Also, quick side note, I am so excited to see these guys no longer have flat faces. Like, the fact that cows won't have flat faces after the next drop, update, whatever it turns into, makes me really happy. Like, having an ambience update like this again is so nice. Because that's one of the things we've really needed. Do I have any? And I have Stare. I mean, I could use Stairs. There's nothing stopping me from using Stairs. No one else would know but those of us who have watched this series. Yeah, Giratina is another example. I mean, it's literally the devil in Pokemon. Yet, it also can be so freaking adorable. I mean, same with, like, Arceus. Like, the fragment of Arceus that we can actually perceive. It's like, same thing with Dialga and Palkia. They're like these monstrous creatures. Same with Kyurem. It's a monstrous creature, but you can still see how someone could see it as friendly, like a friend. Which is such a weird thing to think about. But it's like, that's just how it is. And I think that's what makes Pokemon just really cool in my mind. Oh yeah, we need purple blocks for this side. That's gonna suck for me. Pokemon is just one of those things that's like, it's an anomaly of just pure intrigue for me. That's like, oh, dang. Because of all the games you would expect, Pokemon is probably the last one you'd expect to have, like, really dark entries for, like, really cute Pokemon as well. Like, for example, Gorobus. It's beautiful looking, but it sucks the fluids out of people like a fucking mosquito. Also, I'm gonna turn that back on now. Like, in reality, a lot of Pokemon are terrifying. I mean, for example, Snorlax. I mean, there's literally a dex entry that talks about how it would go into villages and eat food stores, causing great famines. That was considered one of the worst possible things. And did magma cubes fall from up there? I didn't think they spawned on magma, but I might be wrong. But it's like, there's just a lot of Pokemon that are very much deceiving when it comes to that. Because they are animals. Like, they may be, like, created to love, but they are still animals. And I think that's one of the cool parts with Pokemon. It's why it's so important with Fakemon, too, to, like, think of that type of stuff, of, like, a Pokedex entry. Even one simple Pokedex entry could change the way you look at a Pokemon or design it. Like, you could make it all cutesy, whatever, but it could be the most terrifying menace to society that people have seen. Like, that's just how it is. I mean, that is just Pokemon in a nutshell, though. Pokemon are just weird in general, though. Yeah, you better run, child. There we go. But yeah, I personally, like, I've tried it before. Like, with the drawing Fakemon. And I do enjoy it sometimes, but I haven't done it in so long, and I want to get back into it. I just need time to do it. That's why I'm like, if I ever get the chance to do an art stream again, I think I would totally draw another Fakemon, because I've done so on stream before with frickin' Crawling Drake and Iron Drone for Paradox Noivern. Like, just how it be. God, I need to make that more obvious, honestly. Something just fell to its death. Or something similar, I don't know. Okay. Tools. Mob drops. Port blocks. Vines. And Purpur. Blackstone. And there we go. I'm just happy that I actually thought about sitting at the gunpowder farm before stream today so I could actually farm out extra in case I do run out of rockets. Because that was definitely a good idea. Damn it, I'm one short. Shh, you guys don't see anything. You guys see nothing. Not a single thing. Wink, wink. Oh, wait. I can put one here, here, here. I need some more blackstone as well, but let's at least get the purpur going. As much as purpur can be an ugly block at times, I'm at least doing something about it. Oh yeah, like Ultra Necrozma. Like Necrozma is actually a terrifying looking Pokemon for most people until you see it and you're like, that's the dangerous thing? Why is it so cute right now? And then you see its full form and you're like, oh. Because that's how it feels. Like, that's just Pokemon in general, though. Like, it's just weird. Doesn't make it any less cool, though. Okay. And let's go grab some other stuff we're gonna need. I can put these away. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Blap. I don't have an axe. I need to strip these. I need to get to stripping. Wait. Fuck. I need to strip the logs. Like, Ultra Necrozma was honestly a terrifying fight, though. Like, the only reason I didn't lose is because I had a Primarina because I chose Poplio. And Primarina is a bulky Pokemon, is like bulky as hell. So if you're ever looking for a good bulky mon, just look no further than a Primarina. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst. Fairy Water is actually not that bad of a typing. But I remember a lot of the early stages of that. It's just crazy to look at it now and just be like, damn. Like, Pokemon design philosophy has changed a lot since I was younger. Is it perfect? No. But it's cool. Which does matter in this case. I forgot that this needs to go down one for the lava. Like, and it's the same way with a lot of Pokemon where you're just like, oh, after, because you actually can see how it's cute or how people feel about it just from like a simple look. And it's used a lot in a lot of games too. I mean, look no further than just some of the designs of like Animal Crossing. I mean, it makes sense. Like, why wouldn't you? If a design is appealing, people like it, it'll work. But it requires a lot of work to get to that point in the first place. Which is the hard part of the whole thing. I know, like down here, we have 2 end-related ones and 2 nether-related ones for the armor trims. And I still haven't gotten, like, the Doon. And then I'm gonna have in the middle something different, I think. I just don't know what yet. It's been a bit. I still need brown carpet. I don't have brown wool on me. That is a bit of a problem. Just gonna do that. But yeah, I know when I frickin' oh my god, my dog is barking again. Athena, I swear to God. Don't you love when it's like I don't know why she just chooses to bark sometimes over other times, but it's annoying. Like Pokemon's not the only game that does that. I mean, Minecraft does some form of that with like their designs where it has but they don't worry about if it's cute or not. Like design philosophy is big in all games. I mean, Minecraft's whole blocky aesthetic, like looking at the allays and stuff, like they always have to be like cute to some form for like the passive mobs or like something that you could be like, "Aw, that's lovable and derpy." I mean, just look at it, for example. And then you have the hostile mobs that look a lot more, yeah. The villagers are an exception because they're people. And when it comes to neutral mobs, some of them are cute, but they can turn ugly looking. I mean, look at these for the pets. I mean, the whole point is to look adorable. I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, the bees are another great example. Okay, now, I know I need quartz pillars. I need a bunch of pale wood, which is over there. I don't even... Why did I go back there again? I honestly forgot. Okay. So let's come down here and then just do this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1, 2, 3. That should be enough, hopefully. But I also want pale moss for this. Because this is where we're going to be doing the roof. So let's look at this. From front to back. Good, I'm still outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in from here. And then we place the pale moss. So from here, we just do the same. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and pale moss. Easy. And let me just check how it looks on this again. Because this is part of the part with building the museum that's like, ugh. Okay, so then it goes up from the 2. It becomes a full block for 2 of them. And then it goes do. So it always becomes, so it goes up by 1 and then 2 full, 1, 2 full, 1, 2 full, until up here where it's like that. Okay. Okay. So it would be 1, 2, 1, 2, boom, 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 boom. And see, it's a lot easier like this, because it's just like, cool. But then for this, I just go backwards. Or I just do it the normal way and make it much easier on myself. Like, in all reality, I really do like how certain things are. Yeah, Mimikyu is a great example too. Um, I will say, when it comes to like Pokemon stuff, I really just want them to put time into their game to make them better. That's what I want. There we go. Now we can actually like make the roofs and stuff look nice. Because like I do like the like slab roofs and stuff if they're done right for Minecraft, because that's one of the hardest parts about doing like museums and stuff too, is they have so many roof types that it's like, oh my, because you get overwhelmed by just the sheer amount, which is nice. It just means there's loads of types, but sometimes it's not fun getting overwhelmed by roof choices, especially for something like this that's going to be an important and big build in your world. Then it's like, oh shit, I'm spoiled for choices, but I don't know what to do. I mean, design philosophy stuff in Minecraft is so different because it's literally like cubular design philosophy, which is its own form of let's do this one. I want to just make sure this looks good. And yeah, it goes like that, and then it goes 1 1 1 and then 2 on the top, and then I believe it stays like normal here. Yeah, it stays like normal there. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Cool. Huh. Why did that not look right? Am I off? And I never realized. I am. Shit. This is me doing my thing, I guess. I mean, I can always fix this. I mean, it's just one block. But, like, on each, but it's still, like... Oh, God. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, God. And then boom, 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 boom. There we go. Brent asks you, hey, what your first Pokemon game is. Always answer when it asks. I was born in Unova, raised in Unova. Fair. Mine was Ruby and Sapphire. One. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So right here. Because I'm trying to make a good, like, cross section for this. Then we don't need to worry as much. Okay, and then I can just womp, 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 wah, 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 wah. Oh, lordy. Yeah, I still remember a bunch of random shit that's like from Unova. That's like, do I need the knowledge of it? No. Do I still have it? Yeah. Doesn't make it useful though. That's for sure. Oh boy. Don't you just love when you have too much information about like a random thing and you know very well the more you talk about it, the weirder you look to your friends? Because that's how it feels when I talk about some of the Pokemon stuff. Like, I know I have some friends who play Pokemon, but none who play it as much as I have, because, dear lord, have I played a lot of it. You know, one thing I'd love to see them do is make another, like, frickin' either Ranger game or Mystery Dungeon game that isn't a remake. I'd love to see that. And I know I'm not the only one. Because, like, there's so many good Mystery Dungeon games that's just like, damn. But of course, they never sold as well as, like, normal Pokemon games or anything, so I get it. Doesn't make me any less sad, though. I liked Mystery Dungeon a lot. Boom, 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 boom. Then boom, 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 boom. And then we can do this side. I'm getting better at doing this, at least. We have so many freaking pale oak slabs and shit that we just don't really need. Ah, fuck. I mean, I'm just, like, we're not gonna need as much pale oak after we're done with this build, but damn if we haven't used a lot. Much less we know we're gonna use more. That's the crazy part of it all. Actually, I don't think I ever checked the other side if it's 7. Because if it is, boom! Because I know on this side is different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7! Don't you love when you unintentionally made something too perfect? It's always nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we can just use this to get across. And then all we really have to do is just go 7 across on each thing and not need to worry. Like, yeah, this isn't gonna stay like this, obviously, going across like that, but it's mainly there for now. Because I'm inevitably gonna be moving some of this. Because I'm gonna have to. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. And we'll slowly build this as we go on, but this is like a perfect start for this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what I could do is I could technically go across this whole thing and be like, aha, I have made a square. Which, I mean, I could technically do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, I probably could. Actually, did I ever do that in the other world? Because that's gonna matter for, like, the inside. I know it will. Because I never fully figured that part out. Just quickly check. Okay, no. Because I filled that with birch, and I then... Okay, yeah, I see. And then I put, like, little stairs and stuff, and it... Because it looks nicer from inside, in all honesty. And I might inevitably, like, add something. I just don't know yet. And I know, like, certain areas didn't have diorite, but yeah. Okay. It's good to know now. Yeah, a lot of this week I have to work after stream, and it's just like, ugh. Extra work is always annoying. There we go. No matter what we do, we're gonna end up having things that just automatically do stuff. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But yeah, as we slowly get this stuff in, now that we can do it right, it's like, nice. But the part that matters here is actually getting it all done. And like, I can easily do this, but we're gonna need to do like this, like, in order. I could probably use just basic planks here and not like go the boring way and more annoying way. But sometimes I'm a bit lazy, which I think most people can understand that feeling pretty well. Okay, then we go across. We just have a lot that we need to put down, and it's just, yay. And we should be there any moment. Nice. Then we could go here. Yeah, I personally I have sorry. I was turning off the other stuff for Minecraft's music. I honestly like oh, we're out. I honestly really enjoy Minecraft's music. There's just something about it. It's hard to explain. Boom. And then yeah. Because that should hopefully go across. Then I can just easily go to this side and 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Ah! Once this is done, we won't need to worry ever again. So 1, 2, 3. There we go. Then we can do the same on that side, but things are going to be a bit different. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Here comes the fun part. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And here comes the annoying part of oh god. Actually, I should go back down here. 1, 2, 3. Shit. Oh my god. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay. And boom, boom. Okay. Okay. Oh. There we go. Then I can do it like this, because this is going to help in the long run. And you may be wondering, Kaias, what the fuck are you doing? I am saving on resources by doing it like this. Because it's all I can really do. Boom. Boom. Oh boy. Because we're gonna have to do this on either side, which is just I'm okay. I don't know why I make fuck. Ah! I don't know why I make noises like that when I fall. It just kind of comes out, and I'm like, why did I just make that noise? Just how it feels at this point whenever I do it. I'm like, God bless it. Not again. And this is where everything will change. And the same thing for this one. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. I keep misplacing. But it be that way. Okay. There we go. Saving resources where I can is definitely worthwhile here. Then I do that where I just made a mistake. Because of course I did. And you know what, since I'm doing this, that's sand. Smooth sandstone. God. Ah! I still need to get better at the frickin' elytra. Because, jeez, I suck at it. And then I can just go over here and boom, fixed. Anyways. There we go. I can pull that back. Then we do this. God, we have so much to finish. Okay. And this is the next part. Okay. I don't have an axe. God bless it. We have to do the arguably most annoying process of this. Breaking with our fists. This is what I get for forgetting an axe. It's completely on me on that one. But shouldn't be too bad. Okay. You know, the pale oak is nice. I will say, of all the stuff, the trapdoor is my least favorite because it just naturally has shading in it, so it does not work that well with certain things. Because it's like, really? It's just because of how it looks specifically. It just doesn't work as well for everything. Like, the one that works the best of all the trapdoors is definitely the spruce. But I mean, it makes sense when you look at the actual spruce trapdoor. It's just perfect for a lot of builds because brown is used in a lot of builds IRL and a lot of like things. Brown is a very common color, weirdly enough, which does help in that regard. But yeah. Do 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 and do boo. There we go. Yeah, this is probably the best I'm gonna do for that one. Then I can do this. Then I'll need to do it again. At this point, I'm just gonna do it like this, so it is easier. Doon 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 dop 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 doom dum dum. Damn it, I'm out. Either way. I'm surprised I actually still took fall damage there. I had my elytra open. But yeah, as you can see, we're gonna need a lot more pale. Oh, Jesus! Like a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot of. Doot doot doot. That's 2 more stacks. And yeah, I could use some of the normal ones as need be, but right now oh God bless it. This is what happens when you misplace. Okay. So let's just boom. God bless it. Do 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 do. God dang it. You know, half the time I don't even know where the melody comes from, but my head just gives me one, and I'm like when placing stuff when I do this. It very well could just be like a weird thing that I'm good at doing, or just a thing my brain likes to do for no good reason. Both are very possible. I know after work today, it's just gonna be like, yay, I finally get some free time. And then tomorrow I get to go deal with the passport stuff, and it's like, I am not gonna have a it's gonna be a very busy week. I know tomorrow's gonna be a pain in the butt, and I work most of the week, so except for tomorrow. But tomorrow I'm getting my passport stuff fixed. So yay. We'll see how that goes though. There we go. That's one of because that's actually one of the things I've really wanted to do, and it's like I finally was able to get a time with them. It's just annoying though. Uh do do. Now I can just do this. I mean, look at the bright side of the stream. Not only did we get a bunch of the gold farm done, in quotations, but we also did a lot for the roof of this, and just overall, like, a bunch of stuff that we've needed to do. Okay. And now I can do that. Hope you have a good day, 22. I am going to be here for a bit. I am just doing this. Then when time comes to end stream, I will be sending people off somewhere. Who knows? Okay. Um, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Boom. Boom. There we go. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. It's up to you. Gosh, that just brought back some memories. Frickin' Rhythm Heaven. You know, did they ever make a new game since the Wii? I don't know if they ever did, but now I'm kind of curious. Might be something I look up if I remember. Who's to say? Dang it. Okay. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. There we go. And then I can collect this. And we got a good border for how this is gonna look. From down here. So this is a pretty good, like, border look of this. Like, there's definitely gonna be some problem points. Um, I know we're gonna need to farm a bunch of birch wood and whatnot, but yeah. And of course, we're gonna need to light up here. We're gonna actually need to put some lights and stuff up here. That's the other thing. But that's gonna take a lot longer. I know, ah! I didn't almost fall to my death. I don't know what you mean. Okay. I'm alive. Somehow. Do do. Doom. Doom. Like, I could easily just go and do that across the entire thing, but where's the fun in that when I can do multiple like this? Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. It is annoying to misplace slabs though, like it's probably my most disliked feature of just building with slabs is just when you misplace them because it's so annoying. Especially if it's frickin' the entire block and when you're supposed to be when you're trying to do it on the bottom half and it breaks the whole thing and you're like, God, because that always sucks. It's always like, no. That's how it feels. How it feels to chew 5 gum. I miss being able to eat gum. I just can't anymore because most gums that I've seen, like, contain aspartame, and it's just like, it's gum. What the heck? But apparently, a lot of gums contain aspartame, and it's just like, what? I mean, it's weird, but it's one of those things where when you start noticing that stuff more, you're just like, but why would they? And one of the biggest things is aspartame is an artificial sweetener, a very weird artificial sweetener, because aspartame basically takes your taste buds and it is so sweet that it literally just can't be tasted in like the true sweetness it is. And it's just like really weird that that's how it works, basically. Like, of all the things aspartame could do, like, it has a lot of negative effects. Like, that is a for sure. But it's just weird to me that of all the things it could, like, taste like, it tastes so sweet we can't taste it. And apparently my body doesn't like when I have it either, so, oh boy. I know that when it comes to, like, MSG, that's a whole different thing when it comes to figuring that shit out. I know it's been a lot of just back and forth and back and forth for me. There we go. And bump, 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 bump. Okay. I mean, at least we're getting the one side done first, so that we can, like, better see. And, like, I'm gonna go through here, whether on or off stream, and I'm just going to, like, when I get time at least, I want to just go through and do, like, the shading parts of, like, adding the sandstone, sand, tuff, and whatnot as well, just so it's there, because that would actually be nice to do. Okay. Okay. It is kind of crazy looking at it now, just like, dang. Of all the things Minecraft could do, the fact that, like, there are games like Minecraft and Terraria that release free updates like this is kind of crazy, especially in, like, the games market we have now. It's quite refreshing getting, like, free content updates. It just shows a lot of, like, stuff in general that we take for granted with some of these games, or, like, never fully think about until certain, like, things happen, or, like, certain extents. I just think it's cool. Like, because I know that was always, like, one thing I thought about when Microsoft first took Minecraft over from with Mojang. I was always like, God, I really hope they don't make it so all the updates have to be bought, etc. And thankfully they didn't. It made them a lot it made it a lot nicer without, like, completely ruining the whole, like, flow and points, like, with Minecraft itself, and why so many people fell in love with it in the first place is always been there, but seeing it actually still get like worked on and the attention, etc., that it has, it's nice. Because like you grow up with a game as like part of your life, you're gonna remember it well. And it's the same thing for if a game, even if you don't grow up with it, if you're really attached to like the characters in a game, i.e., look at frickin' all of the damn Mario games, some people get really attached to Mario. Even if that sounds really weird. But honestly, I think that's really cool. How the human brain can attach itself to things like that. I mean, there's a reason why with silent protagonists, we're more likely to, like, mentally feel closer to them because we can put ourselves in their shoes better because there's no voice and it feels more like us than a character we're playing as. Of course, that's not the same for everyone, but it's just cool to think about that type of stuff. Of course. But with Minecraft, like being able to create your own skin and name as well as being a silent protagonist, it, and a more creative game, a lot of people are able to get that creativity out and just have fun, but also like just emotionally connect with it as well. Because the more you play a game and the more you care about a game, the more attached you'll get. And nostalgia is a big player in that for some people too. There are people who prefer the older versions because they were quote unquote better, when in reality they are mainly nostalgic. Like, I get liking the older versions. They definitely had their pros and cons. Like 1.12 being great for modding. But looking at the newer versions, one of the things I enjoy a lot is the fact of being able to swim at a good rate. Um, how the Nether has changed. The amount of just not only graphical changes, but actual like mechanical changes for combat, etc., add so much variety and uniqueness to just what you can do with some weapons and gear. And I like that. It adds a level that you wouldn't normally see in some games. And it's nice being able to see something you don't normally see. I know with some of the games I've played, it's like, I love playing games, but there's been some that are just like, damn, after you finished it. And then there's others that are like, it was alright. Because, like, I try to be pretty open with how I feel about a game after completing it as well. Because, I mean, it is kind of the whole point. And why the. But it's also like, it's kind of part of the point. But everyone reacts differently with games, so just depends. And then I will remove this. And this. And I will need to get an axe anyway for some of this, so. But I love being able to do this for the lights now because it just adds that little bit of extra, like, bit to it. Plus, if you listen to it, it kind of sounds like a light on your car. If you are hitting the turn signal, it sounds like the turn signal. If you listen real closely, um, doesn't it kind of sound like that? Sounds like a turn signal, kinda. It's just such a weird, random little sound that's just like ambient, but it's cool. Ambient sounds are so cool. I am excited for the new ambient sounds in the next big update too, because I mean, the rushing wind and like sand and stuff is so cool. Like, I'm glad that they decided to go for an ambience update, because it's like that was one of the things Minecraft lacked that it needed badly. So seeing it actually get one is like finally. Dun 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 dun. Ah, there we go. Got all 63 blocks. And bomb. Yeah, I have so many things that like are going through my head as I try to figure out, okay, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do that? Just how it feels. Sand I actually need for over here. Yeah, because I want this to mainly be sand. Then I can go. Yeah. And it's like this will be able to come back in more with dirt if I so choose. There we go. How does that look? I think that looks good. The dirt kind of goes over a little more, which is good because it's what I want. But yeah. Um, God, I have a lot of extra dirt. Um, I still need to build up the glass walls of this. I need to get dark oak for that. Um, as well as cobble. I need over here. I need a bunch of tuff and copper. I need more deep slate here, as well as some ores. Then I need stone and gravel and dirt over here, but I need to make sure grass doesn't spread to it. Um, God, there's just a bunch. But I mean, just look at it now. Like, it's so much different from when we started. It's not perfect, but it's getting there. And that matters. We are getting there. Uh, and of course, we still need to figure out how we're going to do these and whatnot, but that is a future issue for me. I also want to go and get those chorus fruit down. Crossbow, um, ammo, sleep through the night, because we need a lot of purpur anyway, so this will just be a good way to get some extra purpur. We need resin and stuff, so that's another thing I'm gonna need to farm. Like, there's just a bunch. And then bonk. And then I can do that. Look at all of chorus fruit stuff. Oh, like the chorus fruit grew really high, but damn. And look at that. I mean, some of them definitely grew way better than others, but like that's perfectly fine in my opinion. Oh, there goes another arrow. I mean, honestly, I don't think I've ever done that before. Like, chorus plants are really cool, in all honesty. They're one of those plants that have such a weird way of working, but is so cool. It gets kind of crazy. Fair. One of my favorite things to do is put like make a flat world of dirt and then just place one grass or mycelium block, turn up the tick rate, and just watch from above. So satisfying. It's one of the more satisfying things that I've actually have done. As well as another one I've done is like make an entire farm area. Like all sorts of stuff like that can be so nice. Forest flowers, arrows, weapons. I'm gonna need to smelt chorus fruit into the popped chorus fruit. And we cleared that out. Like we've made a huge impact today. Like overall, we have made a huge impact with the Nether, with the museum, and as well as like a bunch of other random stuff. Like we just have gotten a lot more done, which is nice. We also got the ladders onto this, so now it's actually like climbable, like real life. If it weren't for the fact of how iron trap doors are, I probably would have used iron trap doors, but and of course in here I am debating how I'm gonna change this stone brick just because I think that's gonna be better in the long run. Maybe keep like the stone brick here as like a foundation that goes outward a bit more again, but I don't know for sure. Either way though, for those of you who are not already a part of it, um exclamation mark dislab where we have the Discord and exclamation mark YouTube for the VOD channel. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. CST. I announce if I'm sick in any way or whatever else may happen. Freaking like my PSU crapping out like it has before. I announce all that on the Discord. Um, for the days I don't stream though at 8 a.m. CST, I make sure to put it on the YouTube. Um, other than that, I am gonna send you guys off. Most of the stuff this week is just work. for me, so it's like I can't really go too much later than normal, so it's like, yeah, but that's how it be. Um, let's see. I'm gonna send you guys. Someone's playing Pixelmon, so I'll send you guys over there. Um, so just remember, as always, share the love, and more. I gotta get to work anyway after this, so I hope you all have wonderful days. I'll see you guys later. Bye, chat. Bye.